Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm looking at Kitty. You know what? Let me show you. Look at this. I've been watching this live stream for a long time. It's a live stream, by the way, this one. And it's still going on.
Hey, hello, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, it's open. Look at them. Look at the kitty. And then it's also because of this live stream of Neko Atsume, I started playing it on my phone as well. they're so adorable. Look at that bucket kitty. I'm still coughing, but I think a little bit lesser this time. I feel like. Here, I hope you are doing good. Welcome in, Brian and Nexus. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. Also, I woke up pretty early in the morning. How is it live? I don't know. It's so good. I actually went to clinic this morning, and it's no big deal, right? Doctor says that I just have too many how do I say that? Too much heat in my body. I think that's what he says. I think. And then he also gave me this tablet thing. It's not really a tablet. It's like it's candy like strepsils. You know, you don't bite them. It's not necessarily fever. I'm not having a fever. I'm okay. It's just too much heat in my body.热到. And doctor says that I didn't drink enough water for the past few weeks. I guess I'm being called out. Yes, I didn't drink a lot of water, honestly, but that is about to change. And I'm having this little candy tablet thing here. It's Coflix lozenges. It's, yeah. I mean, it kind of helps. It doesn't make me want to cough as much. I think it helps. And it feels nice too. It's not necessarily sweet. It has this very strong mint to it, I feel like. And the doctor just says that just drink a lot of water and you'll be fine. It's like, alright, sure, okay. I'll do it. Also, I'll be doing Palworld today. I wanted to do Tekken, but I feel like it's Monday. And I feel like Monday it's not gonna have a lot of players going on, so that's why. That's why I decided to play Palworld today. Yeah, Neko Atsume is very adorable. Yeah, let me check something. This one. Okay. A drink? Okay. A double drink? Okay. And thanks for the head pets too. Okay, let me see. With Palworld, because I don't know why, it flashes a lot on my end. Oh no, on your end. On OBS's end, not on your end. Like last time I tried, it was weird. So I had a bit of a compromise to this. Let me see if it... Let me see if it flashes again. They're just looking at me. You know, when there's 3 kitties looking at you like this, And then there's one that's playing with the toy. I love them. They're great. I love the kitty. Anyway, let me close. Yeah, let me close this one. And then minimize this one. So I'll apologize in advance again if I cough too much today. But I feel slightly better than yesterday. I feel. Hopefully it stays that way. Now let's see if it still flash. Yep, it still flashes a lot. Okay, give me a second. I can do this, right? Wait. Let me show you one magic. I was playing at window and then at this. And everything at low. Right? That's what I did. And then I quit the game again. And I open up the game again. You're allowed to cough? Thank you. Yeah, I think cough is pretty important. Gonna get that shit out. But because this one doesn't look as good, right? Yeah, it has that black... But what if I change to... this one? Oh, it doesn't show my cursor. I think I can change that. Yep, there it is. It captures the cursor now. Hi, malicious magpie. Welcome. Oh, it has that black border. Can I do this? Let me see if I can like cheat my way out. Let me crop. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I think this works. The cheats. I got the cheat in. I'm okay. Hi Tylra, hi Shredder. I'm doing pretty fine. I'm doing a lot better than yesterday, definitely. Alright, welcome to my base once more. I forgot what I was trying to do. In fact, I don't remember what I'm trying to do. Yeah, you guys might notice that a lot of things changed here. Because I did play during my I did play off stream. And now I'm using Poison Bow, I think? Yeah, I'm using Poison Bow now. I realized using Poison Bow, it's really good at capturing pals. And it helps. And I found a new dragon, I think. Here. Dragon. What's it doing? And then this is still my little favorite flock. Flock? This is a boar? No. Let me show you. Alright, don't move. Okay, Van Worm? This is the best I could do. I guess it's like a dragon bird, huh? This one. So I'm trying to make a saddle for this little guy here. Well, trying to. It's kinda hard. What are you doing? Oh. Oh, you're destroying the... Okay. Wait, why am I on fire? What did I do? Oh god, what did I do? Actually, I want to see if I can play on full screen. Give me a second. I think I might be able to play on full screen without flashing too much. And then I should be able to just fit it to screen. There we go. That's good, right? It doesn't flash. Wait, do I not have a fire monster? I do. Where'd you go? Go. Go do your thing. Not campfire. Oh god. This thing. No, not camp. You. Why do you... Why you're like this? Can you not operate this? Hi, Ixen. I missed it. How are you doing? That's an eagle or hawk? Probably. I mean, Brian's a bird. Hope you're doing good. Still Sash Turp. I'm not gonna tell this. Tell why this is here on stream. God, don't wanna ruin vibes. Okay, I respect that. Have you captured any merchants yet? I think I captured some syndicate thugs. Well, some. Not a lot. Maybe I should bring this here, or exchange. Get you here. Capturing people? Isn't syndicate thug people? Wait, how... How are you cooking? How are you cooking? Nice, keep cooking. Okay, so everything here is pretty much nice. Look at Fwuck. Fwuck. The name, Fwuck. It's thug. Is that my chicken? Oh, that's that's my chicken. Okay. I actually forgot what I wanted to do. But I guess I should just... There's a cave. There's like a bunch of ores here. I think I was here. I died multiple times on this because I tried to capture the fan worm. Haven't explored up here yet. I should probably get this pancake now that I'm stronger. might be possible. Oh yeah, I have this. I have a bomb. I have 2 bombs actually. I don't know how I got it. I think I got it by killing a few syndicate thugs. And then I got 2 bombs. But I don't want to use them. Let's see who gets to eat this. Still cooking. Hi, Rocket. Yeah, let's try Panking. I think I'm more or less ready. I could capture Panking, right? I have this Serpent as well. I have another noodle. Oh, I need so much flame organ. I don't think I made this. Broncho berry is pretty cute. Here, let me see if I can like dismount. 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 Okay, thank you. No. Let me put. I need 1 fire.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't made. Okay. Here, let me make it. This one. Oh god, this thing gonna take 10 years? What is this? Can someone help? Oh. Nice. Nice. That's my little lizard friend. Can I invite him to the table like that too? Yeah. 100% yeah. It's a good vibe. Okay, oh no. Why a great... This is a hazardous environment. They're stuck! No, they're not. Okay, I guess they're never stuck. Anyway. Big! Hey yo, is that... That's a monster on to move. That's Plesioff. The Sandblast, Wind Cutter. Oh, you have 2 projectiles? And then 1 that take 10 years to execute. I mean, you're kinda cute. I like that. You run very slow though. Why do you run so slow? Hi, Fari. I should get Flame Organ. How fast? I think this thing is a little bit faster. Hydro Jet Dragon Cannon. Oh, you're a projectile monster? Oh my god. Can you swim though? Oh god. Oh, oh, oh. I am mega stuck. Door stuck. Door stuck. Help! I cannot move. I'm pressing all the buttons. Yeah. Well, why have I dismount?
Yark!
Oh. Okay. I'm never going back in again. Yep. I've been mounted before and then crawl into a rock out of bounds. Oh my god. May I just squeeze your way back out? Oh, it's crawling out the ceiling. Okay, that's how it works. Oh. Is there elemental advantage in this game? Hey. Certain creatures consistently create other types of creature? Hmm. I love Fwak. The name Fwak is just so good. Is that a wild one? Oh, it's a wild one. I kind of want to capture you. Oh, damn. The backhand slap. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Don't, oh god, don't attack, please. Oh, thank god. Alright, back to work, back to work. Wait, I'm supposed to fast travel. That's one way of fixing it. It was a very thirsty boar. Yeah, I guess me too. I'll drink. Hmm? Okay, let's try to get pancake. Oh. I think my sex lizard should do good against pancake. Hmm? Thanks for poops. Go, my sex lizard. I'm trying to capture you. Did my sex lizard die? Oh shit. Ow. And I'm gonna dodge. Okay, try. Okay, try again. I don't think that's a good idea. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Oh, shh. God damn it. I'm trying to capture. Come on, man, I was trying to capture. Try swapping new skills from the party menu. This one? Oh. I found one that on my Hot Wheels was made in Malaysia. And that's kind of cool. I don't know anything about Hot Wheels though. But hey, Malaysia mentioned. Hell yeah. At least I survived. Maybe I can try again next time. Oh, so this thing I have to kill bosses to get. You see to fire explosive eggs? What the fuck? Wait, since when I got Toko Toko? Ooh. Metal armor? Okay. Can actually be used to stay clean. Where? Cake is required for breeding. How am I supposed to get cake? Cake? I have a large Hot Wheels hobby. Ah, that explains it. Would they... Would they respawn? I guess only one way to find out. I hope they respawn. Let me see if the noodles respawn yet. Oh, I saw something. There's something in here. What? Am I playing Elden Ring? I don't know how powers determine what move to use. I think it just determines by how long the cooldown are. Like, if a move is off cooldown, they just use it immediately, I think. This can be played multiplayer after all. The bosses, right? Yeah, they should respawn. Like, they should respawn. Ow. Oh, oops. That was too much. Well, oh, internet issues? It's okay. We were talking about bosses like the Pen King or Chile, like these things. I wonder if they do respawn. But it feels like they should respawn because it's a multiplayer game. Oh god, they're so high up. Oh, here. they do. Yeah. It's on timer, that's fair enough. What? Thanks. Oh, I thought you can get sniped. There are certain rewards you can only get once though. I hope it's not the ancient thing. I hope it's not this. Because I feel like this is very much needed for pretty much everything late game. I want to respawn. A dragon respawn. Why there's so many depresso? Ow. Oh, there it is. So they do respawn. I'm gonna capture one more. Noodle. Whoa. Are you afraid of fire? Oh my god, I hate you so much. Why are you so... Why are you so strong? Aqua gun? Aqua gun? Oh, just throw a ball. Another ball, another ball. You are all projectile? That's pretty good. Oh no, wait, no, that's kind of sad. It is depressed though. No. This is so sad though. And then there's me just shooting. I feel kind of bad. Good to know that they respawn. Maybe this one respawn as well? Ancient points, I think they are finite. That's fair. Ancient parts are infinite. Okay. Espresso, espresso. I like coffee. I want coffee. Oh, speaking of coffee, I never showed you guys my new Starbucks Dragon card. I have 2 of them. Ah, my phone is charging. God damn it. I'm posting in Discord afterwards then. I have like the new dragon, Year of the Dragon card from Starbucks and they look really adorable. Yeah, dragon. Oh boy. I should farm a little bit of ancient parts. I need flame organs. Do I get flame organ by capturing them? Eek. Damn, they have guns. Oh, wow. Oh, oops. I only capture one I only capture one human. Dungeon balls are available for farming ancient parts. They're not marked on the map even when you find them. Both capturing and killing gives you the same loot rewards, even meat for some reason. Capturing gives better XP bonus. Oh, okay. Even more reason for me to capture all of them. I'm gonna go to the cave. My weight's still looking good. This one. I'm killing everything here. Maybe I should try capturing more syndicate thugs. I don't know. Maybe? Ooh, that's tough. Ooh, that's even more tough. You already have like no health. Ugh. Wait, no. No, come back. I feel that. Okay. God damn! Grog. Oh my god, the fire noise is breaking my ears. What kind of fire is that? I realize me as the character doesn't really do a lot of damage. Like, I do average damage at best. I want to get all the blue stones here. That looks nice. Oh, you're a boss?
Yeah.
12? Oh no. No, 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 no. Thank you. That's not bad. I got like 9 civilization parts. Crossbow schematic? Why? Uncommon. Yeah, I don't get ancient technology points. Alright, let's heal my sex lizard. I cannot believe my sex lizard get destroyed by a pancake. Nice. Oh no. Why are you guys like this? It's trying, I guess. Oh my god. It's raining wood. I don't know if it's raining wood or it's a lamb shitting up wood. Oh my god. Oh, I'm too heavy, too heavy, too heavy. I didn't mean to grab the stones, what do you mean? have a lot of that. That's he? Dazzy's in the game. Where's Arrow here? I wonder how long before I can make a gun. I want to shoot a gun. There it is. Level 25? Sleep more soundly, improving the amount of health and sanity recovered while sleeping. Oh. Oh, there's these things. Weapon workbench. Simple mechanical weapons. Power with hand. Oh! Oh, it is to use to make this? Musket? Takes a long time to load. I don't even want to make that. Let me see if I can make some armor. I hate it here. It's this and this. I should get a lot more ores. Why is there 2 damage going on? Why is there 2 damage numbers? Well, I'm not complaining. that was pretty fast. I know there's like a... Here. Kind of far away. Like there's no fast travel nearby. Maybe there were yip rocks overlap on each other in the same yip. Same yip? Mm. Didn't I bring my copper keys? Wheat plantation and mill. Not even get wheat plantation. Also, I should make more poison arrow. Oh, no. It's handiwork. On the depresso is handiwork. It's so angry. Or rather, it's so depressed. Looking at that makes me feel depressed. At least the sanity is still 100%. Caffeine inoculation? What the hell is that? When activated, the depresso drinks a massive amount of energy drinks, causing its movement speed to increase. Do you work faster? I cannot tell. I don't know if it's actually working faster. But the game did say only movement speed. I should make some of these. Yeah, let's use all my ingots. It's fine. Looking at depresso working makes me feel depressed. I should explore a lot more further away, other than just like keep staying on one place, right? Because my current mission is to make a wheat plantation and build a mill, which I haven't found a heckin' wheat. Yeah, I haven't found a wheat seed yet. Also, has my 2D model always been like that, not moving at all? I didn't think it's gonna be that laggy. The window should be fine now. Oh, the sex lizard. There it is. Muscle head? The powers will be given energy drinks and taught to swear. That's what I do. Oh, there it is. Egg bomb launcher. Implode. So this is like the electrode of the game. The electrode of Palworld is Toko Toko. Just explodes. Oh, I have this. You had 2 handiwork, 1 fire, 1 mining, 2 transportation. I could bring you here. You look cool. Do you provide flame? You don't provide flames though. When activated, attacks target enemy with a powerful Hellfire Claw. Ooh. You know, I think this is like the Lucario of Palworld. It's a little bit unfair for me, like, to keep comparing this to Pokemon. How much character the animation has. You can feel the love and care for this game. Someone made it here. I think I'm more or less ready. Maybe I should put Incineram here. Yeah, how about that? I'm gonna bring. Oh god. Where's my R socks? Oh. Here. And I'm gonna put... I think I have too many loggings. Yeah, I have too many power that just like cut trees. Tylra, You should put Depresso in the sauna. Depresso in the sauna? Okay. Depresso. I have a bunch of Depresso here, I think. Here. You are the chosen one. Okay, just like... Cannot be a sign that says... I feel so depressed looking at you mining. Stop. Don't mine. Oh, can I assign one from my party? Okay. Oh my god, looking at Depresso working makes me feel depressed. Please don't. Please don't. Yeah. Go. Um. I thought you were gonna die in there. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna try again, but please don't drown yourself. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why are you trying to drown yourself? I think Depresso is just all of us. Depresso. That was too relaxed, yeah. Yeah, Depresso is great. As much as I don't want Depresso to work, I want to put Depresso into workforce. It's fine. Look, Depresso has friends. It's fine. He's just like me for real. He's just like us for real. King Paka? Let's go through the bridge and go up. Yeah, let's go through the bridge and go up. I wanna see new things. I wanna see new things. Definitely need to drink more water. Seed mine? Oh, that's pretty good. Seed mine. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Free Pal Alliance devout? They're like level 20? I'm probably gonna die here. Ooh, these things are really strong. What the fuck? Seed mine. Oop. Can I capture? Oh, ow. Lettuce seed? Where do I even find? Maybe I'm too early to be here. Oh. Hi, Dragon Nonsense. Welcome, welcome. I can boop. I can boop my dragon. So I feel like this place should be the same. I'll just explore here more. Like this place. Yeah, looks about right. You won. Oh my god, rude. Oh. It's a new one. Mozzarella? It's a fat cow. Give me. Oh, please don't die. Wait a minute. Oh. Nice. Ow. Oh. Oh my god. Looks like a big ball of mozzarella. The name. Drink it as is, or use it in various meals. Can be milk for mozzarella. That's the name, huh? Oh my god. Bee guard? Eat mine. Boop. Oh. I love seed mine. Feels like something a kobold would do. Seed mine. Right? Boop. Oh boy. That is so far. What? I can aim it so I hit something. Oh, get sniped. Oh, you got sniped. Oh, you got sniped. Ow. Ow. Oh, hey. I should try to get this one first. This one? Yeah. You know, honestly, every time I look at this game, then I look at Pokemon, I always dream of a game where in Pokemon I get to do like real-time battles, real-time... just anything real-time, honestly. And then this game did it. And then everyone's so mad about it. It's like, what the fuck? I don't get people sometimes. Internet is weird. Like, if Game Freak Nintendo cannot do something like this for a franchise that is Pokemon, and then someone else did it, and did it so well as well. And then they got mad and said, ooh, Pokemon. Oh, seed mine. Ow. How the did you just one-shot that? Don't. I missed. Get him. They might die. I'll deal with it. Who the fuck? Okay. Not bad, not bad. People just being babies about this game. Yeah, true. Like, this game did what Pokemon could not. Or they're just lazy because they found like they have the very straightforward plan for Pokemon games already. Like, get the starter Pokemon, go adventure, and then beat the Elite Four, beat the champion. It's been going on for like this for like years. But then because it's Pokemon, people liked it because it's Pokemon. It's not because of the gameplay. The gameplay is just mundane. Right? Like I cannot be the only one who thinks the Pokemon games are quite mundane. Like Pokemon Legend of Arceus is like a very nice breath of fresh air. The game has different elements to it, other than just like, oh, tall grass, Pokemon came out, we do a turn-based combat. No, Pokemon Legend Arceus actually has like the real-time dodging battling mechanic, and I think it's very neat. Mario advanced the game with Odyssey and Wonder. Zelda advanced the game with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. And then in comes Pokemon, who does nothing. They just try to stick with the same mundane gameplay over and over again. And they don't even want to hire voice acting, because honestly, a game would feel more alive if there's voices involved. Like, believe it or not, even just a simple these kind of like moans, grunts would make the game feel a little bit more alive. Look at Pokemon Legend of Arceus. You do a dodge roll, you throw a Pokeball, they grunt, makes the game feel more alive. I cannot be the only one who thinks about that. Metroid made a comeback with a remake of Metroid 2 and follow-up with Metroid Dread. Fucking Game Freak has not advanced Pokemon in like 30 years. It's such a shame, really. Like, they have such a good... I have to give credit where it's due, right? They have some really good Pokemon designs. They do. I love them. It's just the gameplay is so painfully mundane that it doesn't make me want to play them as much. It really says a lot when you ask a Pokemon fan what their favorite game is, and 9 times out of 10 is a game from over a decade ago, because it's the same. It's honestly sad. Of mentioning Pokemon, the copyright is one of the most lucrative and profitable multimedia franchises in the world. Yeah. That is why. Like it feels like they have all the budget and everything, but they just doesn't want to they don't want to advance their mundane game plan. It's so sad. People want to suck their dick? Yeah. It sounds about right. Not in a good way. Like, I know people like Pokemon, but sometimes internet people love Pokemon so blindly that they look at the game that it's basically the same and it's like, oh my god, it's such a good game. I'm sorry, but it's not. Like this? Can you do this in Pokemon? No! Real... real-time battles? Real-time capturing? Everything is in real time. What I'm trying to say is this is a breath of fresh air in terms of like Pocket Monster kind of game. Because it is. No more turn-based. You cannot think for 10... You cannot think for 10 minutes what the next move is. There's no meta. Meta is you're gonna get strong. You're gonna craft good equipment for yourself and for your pals. Right? That's pretty much it. There's no like stall strategy. There's no like sweep strategy. No. Right? It's a breath of fresh air. It really is. Like I don't play all Pokemon games, but I do play a lot of Pokemon games. I do. From 1st gen to 2nd gen to 3rd gen, I skip 4th gen for whatever reason. And then I played the 5th gen. And I skipped the 6, 7, 8. Oh shit. I didn't play Sun and Moon. I didn't play Sword and Shield. And then I played Scarlet Violet. And then I played Arceus. Okay, maybe I don't play all of them, but I play most of them. It's just all the same thing. Other than Arceus. Like when Pokemon Legend of Arceus came out, I feel like, oh, maybe Game Freak Pokemon is listening. And then it got up with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It's like, what the fuck? Like, sure, there are some good DLC involved. You know, where you get to like control the Pokemon moving around. That's a good breath of fresh air. It does. Oh. Oh. Why are you? Eat that. And my milk. My milk. Fine. I'm gonna look here as well. Okay, have a good luck, Shredder. I do hope you feel better soon. Feels like a freak accident. Yeah, they actually had a halfway decent idea. And executed pretty good as well. They have all the mounts that you can do. Grounded mount, treasure hunting mount, flying mount, water mount. You get to surf and fly. Those are really good ideas. Like, honestly, I'm gonna give credit where it's due. Bronze Cherry Aqua. Oh. Don't! You're gonna get C-bombed. Or not. I'm gonna die. Nope. Guess you died first. The wolf is really strong. That wolf hound is your main man right there? That's a strong one. But because this one is level 30, I feel like it's a bad idea to go here. Let me go east. But the wolf gets me around so fast. New? Wolf gets the new? Hmm. Oh, seed bomb. Ow. Seed bomb. Ooh. Did you just? Okay, you don't want to be caught. You don't want to be caught. Okay. Dark ball. What, you have medicine production? Oh my god. Hmm? You don't like that? Ooh. Ow. Oh my god. Winding down for bed. Okay. Have a good sleep, Brian. Sexy lizard. I miss the sexy lizard. Yeah, that bending. They know what they're doing. Like the thing is, I don't need to duck to pet Lavender. It's like Lavender wants me to duck or to crouch. Oh. It feels like a pet settlement, doesn't it? I feel like I might die here. My armor is damaged. Oh boy, I'm gonna die. What? Oh my god, it's so hard to capture them. Rip. Rip cow. Ugh. Yes, capture the person. I tried. Who is this? Azul. Oh, it's in the middle of the water. I don't know if that's a good idea. Let me try. I have serpent. Let's go noodle. Can you surf? Like, can you protect me from water? Oh, that's very cute. Oh, that's very cute though. Aren't you swimming? Oh. Are you swimming? You are swimming, right? Why do I feel like I'm... Is that... Celery? Wait, no, that's Azul Rub. It's a Turken! That's a Turken. Welcome back, Ryan. Now I'm curled out in bed, ready to fall asleep to the sound of yip. Mmm. Yip. Mmm. I will yip until you sleep. And by yip, I mean I'm just talking. Alright, let me see if I can do it. I'm a little scared. I might die. Wait. Yip, 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 yip. It's very dangerous. I feel like I'm dying. Yikey beaky. Alright. Alright, who else I can... Can you swim? Can you swim? Alright, my last resort. Go! Please cap. Oh my god! Not like this! Not like this! Capture! Ah! God damn it! I could have done it! It was 75%! I could have done it though. Well, there goes all my equipment. I think it's gonna be underwater now, right? Aww. Can I also mention this game is early access? Yeah, this game is actually early access. It's insane. I tried. They said this game is about 60% complete at the moment. That's incredible. Only 60%? Hi, Roland. 90% will also escape sometimes. I know. It's a game of chance. But goddamn it, it was my Giga Sophia. Yeah. Should make more then. Oh, my items might be moved to shore. I died in a cave once and they dropped my stuff off the little sack outside of the entrance. That's pretty good.
Yep.
I can capture that thing. I need my dragon. Don't waste your resource like that. It's not waste. It's not wasting when I'm trying to capture the dragon. I need dragon. I'm gonna get dragon. Is my depresso okay? I just realized, where's my depresso? Cool. What?
In Palworld TV.
I'm gonna... I'm gonna yip. Oh, there it is. It's the depresso. You're so depressed, oh my god. Gosh, I'm gonna yip for it. Okay, we have 10 gigas fuel. I think I'm just gonna make a run for it. It doesn't seem too far, but I think there's like a syndicate thug base here. This place. I got it, it's okay. I just like the squeaky voice. Nice. Hi. I forgot to bring my serv. I want to have a squeaky voice. Oh no, I have to wait real time for it? Why are you dead? What are you doing? I thought they just like recover instantly when I go sleep. There's no way to make them recover faster, right? Egg. I have egg. Yep. More
It's okay. More serpent. Yep. Oh, okay. I guess that's the serpent egg. I think I'm all out of egg. I don't have eggs anymore. I need to steal more. Just realized the emote has the same energy. Kinda. Oh, you cook. What do you do? Excellent. Oh, you're making me want to play Tekken 8. Excellent. Alright, let's go get back my stuff. Hmm? Slap him. Go get him. Stay with my Pokemon. Dragon cat. Wait. I had the wrong. Fine. Oh hey, look, there's more no, there's celery. Thanks for head pet.
What is Bruce Lee's favorite beverage?
I know this one. It's water. What is yip yipes? Go get him. Go get him. Yeah, go get him. Good rock. Ow. Oh, they did move it. They did kind of move it to shore. Oh, this game, best game. Look at that.
What is Yip Yipe's favorite beverage?
Oh, I don't know. Moisturize? Okay, I'm gonna moisturize. I think this place is relatively safe. Alright, I'm gonna go back and repair my everything, and then I can have a revenge match. Can have a run back against that Trucken. I need that Trucken. Can I write you? No, I can't. I didn't make it. Snipe? Oh. Wait, I hit something. Boop. Oh, that was too far. Still too far. Oh, I baited them into it. Oh no. Oh! Ow! Almost second died. Hmm? I know this. It's dragon porridge. Thick, creamy, delicious dragon porridge straight from the tap. Ah, I know this one now. At first I didn't know, but now I know. I do love me some dragon porridge as well. And dragon porridge is good. Well, I fully when I know what it is. Hi Jade. Why am I hungry? What do you mean by that? Because I need some of that. Same. I want that too. Alright, that's our goal today. We're gonna capture that Turken. What is that sound? What is that sound? Something sounds very shiny. What the hell is this? I hear mega bling bling. Oh. Are you strong? Ow. I'm gonna die to a level 4 cat. Yeah. I capture a lucky pal. See what special abilities they have. Ooh. Oh, I thought it was cool. Is in fact a shiny pal. Oh god, my ears. I mean, they want you to know there's a shiny nearby.
Yep.
Why would you jump backwards? Jade, you're a shiny pal? Jade is a shiny pal. Aduh, nak Yamai. Apa kamu buat ni, abang? I should put some dogs in here. Dog strong. I'm like a weird grass poison type and grass toxic. EP getting to you, turning over to Eep. Okay. Have a good Eep, Brian. Yep. Oh god, I'm out of ingots? Really? Thanks for head picks. Bolts and Turks and those who are neither love y'all. I would drink. I mean, this thing just... It plants. Okay, yeah, it plants. That's good enough. Have good luck. Have good eat. Did they buff metal pickaxe? It deals 2 times damage now. It's just a little hot. Okay. Just a little hot. Okay. Just a little hot. Just a little hot. Okay. I just ate 3 cotton candies at once. I'm probably gonna die from this. Hot milk? Nice. Oh my god, I need so many flame organs. Oh my god. Yes. Everything looks good, I think. I'm probably gonna have a... I'm gonna need a stronger weapon? Yeah, I feel like I need a stronger weapon to deal with the dragon. Because that thing looks really strong. I mean, it's not looks really strong. It already destroyed me. Let's make this one. Hi. Yeah, everything looking good. I should... Yeah, I don't think I should fight the dragon during nighttime. I think it's just a bad idea in general. Yeah, it's already nighttime. We sleep early. Arc laser? That's a really big cat. That's a really big cat. I didn't even realize how big the cat gets. When shiny power is so big. Okay, I'm gonna use the Gigasphere to try and catch the thing. There's no, like, direct healing items. This says a lot about this game. Effective at treating weakened and depressed. With injection. I'm scared. All shiny thingies and bosses be big. Okay. So that dragon is big then. Alright. Now I want that dragon even more. This one. I want it. It's kind of hard to dodge when I'm not on the ground. What? Ow. Oh wait. Never realized how good the tail spin is. The tail spin. It's perfect. Right, it's here. Ow. You're too long. You're too much of a noodle. Alright, let's try again. Did I just miss everything? Oh no, I suck. Okay, I have an idea. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Change. Ow. I dodged the wrong way, I suck. Ooh. It's homing. Is Slurp the noodle? Nah, this one doesn't count. But I think it's a good idea to like lure it to the ground, or at least close to the ground, so that I have more fighting chance. Yeah. Nice front flip. Eek. I'll do it. Seed bomb? Oh my god. Seed bomb? Oh, goddamn. Wait. Hey, we got him. I think Dinosaur is really strong. I think Dinosaur is really strong. I don't even need to do anything. Like, it's both tanky and very painful. Go get him. The seed bomb. Oh, wait, that's my Gigasphere. God damn it. Nah, my Gigasphere, fuck. Nice, we call it human. One ancient technology point, not enough. Need two. Power, 10 power fluids. I don't even have that. Alright, I should keep a bunch of things here. I need that power fluids. Ow. Each give one power fluid, huh? Do you give power fluids? Nope, they just run away. Ow. Oh. Get power fluid still. Since where I equipped this? That was weird. What? Okay. I saved you. God damn, I saved you. God damn it. Come on. Let's go. We caught human. There we go. That works. The humans saved. Yeah, we're trying to save the humans. We're not trying to destroy them. Hey, wait, it's looking good. I might as well just go here because I know over here is like a bunch of ores that I can get. I'm gonna love the cheese. I kinda wish the power would be able to help carry things like in Ark Survival. You know, in Ark Survival, any like any dino you bring with you has like their own weight system, so that you can put stuff onto them. And that's gonna help you like bring a lot more stuff. I think I like that system. But then again, it might be a little bit too OP. Is your base Yipvo 10 Yipit? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mind you. Get dick stabbed. It just jumped off to its own death. Well, it's not my fault. I think there's a power that increases character capacity as a team buff. The one I know is the kitty. The kitty does that. But it only adds like 50. Wood. You know what? I don't like them. Yeah, I don't like them. Yeet. That was actually a snipe. I didn't think it's gonna work so well. Damn, that was such a gamer move. Oh, nice. That's a new one. Cativa, Broncherry. Oh, Broncherry is also one? King Paka? Okay. Haven't seen King Paka yet. What? I assume Bronze Cherry is gonna have a bigger buff than Kativa, than the kitty, essentially. I need more weight. 1100 is not enough. It's here, right? Yeah, it's this place. I need to become a true loot gremlin. Can you bonk this? No? 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 No one can bonk this? I think it's fair to say that this game is heavily inspired by Fortnite, huh? Sorry. I mean, it sure feels that way. The melee attacks, the glidings. I'm almost full anyway. Yeah. Like, that is full. Didn't take anything more. I do kind of love games like this. It makes me feel like there's endless thing to do. And there's always things that I want to like strive to get. I'm okay. Hmm? Hmm. Hi Astro. Hello. It's been a while. Hi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Uh-oh. Almost there. Alright. Why is someone in a major injury? I'm doing alright, nice. And yip alright. I'm glad. Buttspot is zipping alright too. Oh my god. Precious Dragonstone? How do I get this? I guess I have a Dragonstone. Mao? Seems very cold. I got just the thing. I mean, this should be good, right? Who built that? Seems a little cold. Okay. Still a little cold. Still very cold. Still a little cold. Still cold. There's no way. You are literally burning all over. And then that's still too cold for you? What's my... Oh wait, I'm still cold. There's no way. Is that with the fire? Doesn't help. No. Hmm? Hi, Evie. It's a light source. How do I provide heat? I don't know how else to provide heat. Still cold. I don't know. Oh yeah, just got the trucken. This one. You're so big. I mean, good. This thing needs watering as well. That's a big truck. Do you got a chillant? Chillant? I don't think so. I don't think I have chillant. Since when I saw this one. Okay, we got the token. There's King Paka, there's Pen King. Up here feels too strong. Maybe down here? I could try. I should probably make some metal armor first. So much ingot. Oh, Chile. The big blue ice dragon. The dragon noodle. I have that. But I wouldn't say that's a dragon though. That's more of a... What do you call it? Ferret? Ferret? Nice. Oh, I can make it. It's mine now. Wait. Are you seeing this? I don't think this is intended. When I sort, the timer reset. Who needs cooler when you can have god powers? They don't rot. It's an early access game. It's very understandable. Fuck. Alright, okay, alright, okay. Alright, okay, we're dead, we're dead, we're dead. We are dead. Stab everyone! What the fuck is that? They're really high leveled. That's not bad. I see you also have called a lovely lavender. Of course. Gonna need a sex lizard. It's very important. What? Who is using that laser? What the fuck? Depresso, why are you eating so many red berries? Where the fuck is my Depresso? What are you doing? Why are you eating so many berries? Are you like stress eating? Depresso is stress eating. This is bad. Need to make it feel less depressed. Nice. Oh my god, it's gonna take 10 years. Where did I set up base? It's at the starting area. This is the starting area, and then just like around this part. Very close to the starting area. I know it says that I can make another base, but man, so lazy to make another base. Aside the ruins, I'm going to regret it. Like the early room. Yeah, I'm sure that helps. Oh my god, what kind of helmet is that? The ruins at the top of the hill. Not... is it this one? Oh my god, Depresso is so depressed looking, I'm gonna cry. It's so depressed. It doesn't like it. Oh, okay, okay. Oh my god, that's so cute. Nice. You actually have a happy face. Hi, Brecky. Paul is your pal. Paul is your pal, definitely. Base upgrade. How do I get wet? I don't see wet everywhere. 23, 23. Maybe I should go here. Yeah, maybe I should go here. The presso needs headpads. Mm-hmm. On the mount, bend over, bend over. I'll allow that. It's fine. It's auto mod. I pet Lavender so many times, and I need more. The way that she bends over is just so good.
Yeah.
Sorry? Elegant. Do you like water? Actually, what's your skill? Applies water damage to the player attacks while mounted? So any attack that I deal is gonna be water damage? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh, okay. Let's get... Yeah, let's try going here. I need to find wheat. I need to upgrade my base. Hope you're doing good, Becky. Also, I've been playing for almost 3... Sorry. Almost 3 hours? Time flies when you play games like this. I miss my sex lizard. Mmm. They also went all out on the animation. The walk cycle is perfect. And the jump. Huh. Like the amount of sass that this pal has is insane. The sass. Time really flies. I should make myself some breakfast. Breakfast sounds good. Also, I can... Actually, I never checked this one, but... What is the entry for... Because there's so many memes revolving around this. Ziggy and I are Luffy is always chasing someone around. At first, they always show interest in other pals, but in recent years, even humans have become the target of the... Okay, that's why. Alright, okay. That makes a lot of sense, alright. Same, same. Ruby? Wood? Same. And it's mine, don't steal. I call dibs. Ruby? This probably doesn't kill. And I missed. Why are you trying to fight me? What did I do? Was it Ruby yours? Also, I need more weight. Yeah. They can't and will fuck everything that lives. Yeah. Gee. What? If you get out, I'll kill you. Good. Oh. Please don't run away from me. I need your flame organs. It sounds morbid, but I need it. Did I just miss? Three flame organs? I need to catch all the ruby I can find. If I call dibs on the kobold, can I use the lizard? Why am I being called dibs for? But I want the lizard. But I want dragon too. Oh god, it's hard to choose. Uh-oh. It's not enough. The boys just like finding things? It sounds about right. This is such a pretty little kobold. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Kobold, lizard, and dragon. Very poly group. I mean, they are kind of the same group, no? I mean, kobold, lizard, dragon, they're all like reptilians. I didn't see the boss. Huh. So durable in those thigh highs of yours. I wish I can get one in real life that can fit my... I'm kind of thick, not gonna lie. I want one if possible. Still trying to find it. Especially useful with those handlebar horns. Those are curved horns, what do you mean handlebar? I'm very flexible and willing. Same. We're all in agreement for this. Well, I mean... Sure, I guess. Go get him! Oh. My horn scales hope he handles for an even more poly setup. How did we get here? Is it because of the lavender? Because of sex lizard? We're not talking about these. No, I'm not complaining, it's fine. It's not TOS still. Horns that curve or leave a gap between themselves and the head can all be classified as the handlebars for the purpose of loot. I can grab many angles. Wow. Lexi bird. How did I miss? Oh wait, chew. Ow. God damn it. Am I gonna be okay underwater? Why is that? Why is that corpse dancing? Oh no! Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? Chicken. Nice. This yip turned into a fucking brothel. You like it? Fair. The lizard of choice literally has a heart of its crotch. It's kinda unavoidable. Well, yeah. They know what they're doing. I always find it kind of odd that the fire powers have no qualms but about the water. Yeah. They're just like... oh, water, okay. Step, 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 step. Where's the wet? I have so much green tail. Green tail is a boss? I like hatched 2 green tail out of like large common egg, I think. I should get this one first. Okay, I'm okay. Oh, hi Tikaka. I saw your latest art.
Oh my god, can you stop simping?
No, it's the sex lizard. I have to simp. Hope you're doing good, Tikaka. And Kobold friend. Oh yeah, I forgot I can do shoutouts. Give me a second. Look, it's been almost a month. I still got this. Everyone go look at Tikaka. Also there's Nexus. Nexus is also good bean. And then there's also Ixen. Hee. They're nice. And everyone's hella horny. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, that lizard is perfect. Also, I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty okay now. I took quite a bit of a time to like recoup myself, to like adjust myself, but now I'm feeling pretty okay. Other than me being sick currently. Pink lizard got us with carrying raging wood. Come to my stream to over my own horny stuff. I still don't know how that works. Pet the lizard? Yeah, of course. And that band is so unnecessary, but I like it. Wake up. Wake up, it's the morning. Hopefully you get better soon. Thank you. I visited the clinic this morning and I should be fine. It's nothing too bad. It's nothing too bad. Look at that walk cycle. Unapologetically The unapologetic walk cycle. It's perfect. And then the jump. Yeah. Wait, oh my god, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, it's more depressed. Oh, why are you attacking? Wait, I didn't know you attack. Crap, I'm too late. Ow. Not too rough. Oh my god. What? Ooh. The sex lizard is too strong. I'm gonna crash the bed soon. Sorry. I couldn't get any sleep last night and it's already 9 AM. Oh god. Yeah, go. Hopefully get some sleep, Tika. I will stay lurking. It's good to see you again. Hope you have the best of stream. Thank you, Tika. And I do hope you get some sleep in as well. Even though it's 9 AM. Thanks for stopping by. Does this game also has a sexy Charizard? I honestly don't know. Victim? You can wait in the dark of night, build a bonfire high and pray until daybreak. Thanks, why are you so scared? Oh, wait. There's no way I can do this, right? No fucking way, what the fuck? Oh no. I've been spotted assault. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's PIDF guard, help! What the fuck is going on? I didn't know! Oh god, wait a minute. Okay, I need to capture you. I need to capture you. Come on. What the fuck is this game? Alright, you need to get into my ball. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to kill you. Oh my god, what the fuck is this game actually? Can I, like, capture you? Oh my god. What is this game? You can capture everything. Oh no, I have a PIDF guard. I'll kill you. That handgun hurts. Seed bomb. Can I try it? 0.02. Fuck this game. That is hilarious. I didn't know I can do that. I guess I'm playing GTA now. This is assault and battery. I thought you said you knew you could catch the humans. I did know I can catch NPC, but I know I can catch syndicate thugs. I didn't know I can like capture just NPC chilling. But apparently that's a thing. I need to pet the guard. Actually cannot believe that I call it PIDF guard. Can I actually like get you to work? Yo, what's up? I cannot pet them. Wait. Walking a little slow, probably a slacker. I'll sell you. Sure you do. I cannot pet them. There's no way. There has to be a way to pet them. You seem to do a lot of stuff. I'll put you in. Let me put you as one of my teammates. How about that? Oh, wait, no, wait, don't do that. This is not in the public stream. What the fuck? I'm gonna get banned. You want a berry? Oh my god, stop, don't. That's not This is wrong. I never tried with Syndicate Thug. Is it gonna be the same? Hey, yo, Kobold just like, look, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Not like this. I'm not just like Lavender, what do you mean? I hope they never change this feature. The fact you can catch guard is so good. I know, I didn't expect that I can catch the guards. On the first try with a Giga Sphere too. This game is everything and more. Yeah, just gently rubbing their knees. Nothing much is going on there, I'm sure. Oh, how'd you get up then? I guess you win the game. I wasn't so on the game until I saw you do that. Now it's on my list. Get the game, you can pet the guard. Or pet the guard with the biggest quotation mark possible. Oh, probably gonna need more arrows. And oh, sorry. Mega glider. Oh, why would you suddenly burn that? I mean, that's kind of cute. I'm sorry about the ants. Oh. Thanks.
It's faster to resub than to wait for the ad.
Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the subscriber, Ixon. Yeah, still sorry about the ads. Oh, it's just the ink. Oh my god. What was I asking? Oh god. Oh, I believe I mentioned that I'm just telling people to get this game. Because of what I can do. I can pet the guard with the biggest quotation mark possible. The biggest quotation mark. Pet the guard. It seems hungry. What? Where's the dog? Why are you hungry? Downtrodden. If you'll ever review it, like 10 out of 10 you can pet the guard or something, I can do that. No, let's do it now. Wait, did my display capture? Oh wait, I have to like... Whoop. There it is. That's a wrong slash. You can pet the guard. I'm not gonna say what guard because I feel if I say PIDF guard, it's kind of a spoiler. Yes. It's Pokemon Guns, it's Arc but Japanese. It's like Arc. Breath of the Wild, Pokemon having trees. How is their offspring? Tree, oh my god, oh my god. Most accurate Amazon warehouse simulator. What the fuck? There's no way. My depresso got depressed. We cured with medicine. My uppercut developed an eating disorder, so we ate. Oh my god! Okay, I'll... Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Holy shit. Oh, sorry, I had the wrong thing up. Wait a second. Oop. There it is. This is the good one. Can I finally fly? Will this kobold finally fly today? I wanna fly. What's with the dire wolf? The dire wolf just dancing? Alright, I'm gonna fly. Can I fly?
Yeah.
Oh! Ignis breath? Spirit fire? Ignis blast? Wow. Descend rise. Oh! That's not rice. Oh my god, it's so good. I can fly. No, don't run away. You think you can run away from me? You think you can run away from me? You probably can. If only I can aim. That's the thing. Thank you. Oh. Oh, you need to double tap? Okay. Fire breath. No. Now that I can fly, I should be able to go to a lot of places. Alright, let's continue exploring. Bell? That's a new one. I have too many R socks, but it's fine. What? Everything should be fine, right? Okay. Like, no joke, fire breathe is freaking hard. I get that. I mean, you are a fire dragon, right? I get that. Very fire. If I were to have an element, what element would I get? Since I'm like this purple. I'm gonna try again. Oh, oh shit. I don't have a weak monster. I don't think you're weak. Ow! No, you're mine. Please, just get in! Alright, Gigasphere. Get in! Oh my god. You are an actual asshole. You's a whole bitch. Get in. Thank you. I capture a villager. Let's go. In my opinion, dragons are at base fire, but like as I found the furry fandom, I slowly open up to other ideas. I mean, there's so much more different kind of dragon elements out there, I'm pretty sure. I love how stuck they are. They're absolutely stuck, excuse me.
Yeah.
Beep beep. Oh wait, if my power attacks them, it's not assault. Well, you're on your own. Oh shit. I'm not trying to kill that one. Oh my god, there's more! Oh no, I'm gonna die! That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Maybe I can do it. Dude, you're level 37. Yeah, I'm going away. Alright, goodbye. Wee. Wait, no way. No way, wait a minute. Help. Oh no, my team is gonna get... Oh, I cannot attack them, Well, you're on your own, guys. Damn it. Oh wait, lead them out. My base is gonna get destroyed at this rate. This is the funniest shit ever. But my base is probably gonna get destroyed. They're doing no damage. Oh, they just disappear? I love how janky this game is. So janky I don't even know how to talk anymore. But at least I caught a villager. What can the villager do? Punch. Passive skill hooligan? I would say you'll be a fire Dirk because everyone will benefit from being a fire Dirk. I mean, probably. If I can have a oh my god. I'm okay, I promise. Yeah, good idea. I think I should eat one more of these. Nice.
Yep.
Hmm? It's only the cooking that's so loud. Also, yeah, and the name is just cowardly victim. Hmm? Dinosaur? Dinosaur? This game's so jank sometimes. What? I'm so confused sometimes. We sleep and then we go back to the place. And this time actually don't piss off the cowardly victim. think I go this one. But now that we can fly... That is so good. I'm a flying kobold. I can fly now. Chicken. Chicken. Oh my god. Van Worm is pretty strong, I feel like. And flying bubble? Flying boy yip? A yip bold? Hmm. What are you doing? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I need to kill every single ruby. And what a heckin' performance.
Yeah.
The ragdoll is super strong, this one. Nice. Nice. Need 7. I should try doing this thing. Yeah, it's here. Dang, now that I can fly, everything seems so close. I don't need to constantly look at my stamina anymore. I can just fly. I can be a flying kobold. I'm a flying kobold. Oh, sorry. What did I drop again? 1 wool? Not that worth. Whoa, what a jump. I'll get that ass. I'll get that ass. Oh, friendly fire, let's go. Oh. Dang it. Goodbye.
Yeah.
No, wait.
Yeah.
Ow. Okay. Mm. Yeah, maybe I'm able to go here.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, there's more cough going on now. Here. Mhm. New place. Maybe we can find more Draken. go here first. Mm. Hi, how you doing? Dinosaur is really strong in terms of like combat. Really heckin' strong.
Yeah.
Hmm. I'm also trying to talk a little bit less now because whenever I talk, that happens. Oh, oh. I need meat. Mm. Thanks for the head. And Foxparks doesn't really give a lot of flame organs. That's a new one.
Yeah.
50 kinds of pals? Nice.
Yeah.
Man, being able to fly feels really nice. I need meat. I need meat. Mm, Hi, Nano. Welcome, welcome. Oops. Hope you're doing good. Oh, they give power fluids? Hmm. How you doing? I'm doing pretty okay now. Like, it's definitely a lot better than the past few past few weeks, definitely. But yeah, much work. Oh, I don't like work, but money. And good luck with work, Nana. I feel like there should be like a fast travel nearby, huh? Whoa. Is this a strong place? Ooh. Oh, damn it. You're too strong. I'm trying to capture it. I should explore this place a little bit more. Hmm? Oh. I traded any kind of POW, whether it's stolen POWs or even prohibited types. Take a look. Contraband? Whoa. Oh wait, I can see. I can just sell the syndicate thugs? I'm not gonna sell PIDF guard. I'm not gonna sell villager. I'll leave one syndicate thug. This one is Blood of the Dragon. I don't know what it is, but it has dragons in it. Fine. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like it. I don't like what I did. It made me feel terrible. I don't like it. It feels like human trafficking. Oh, shiny. Whoa.
Yeah.
Ow. Whoa, holy shit. Alright. Because again it's... This game is unhinged. Actually unhinged. The heart that never stops beating collected from piles. It can't be sold to much of a high price? Oh my god. Damn a pound. Do you just come into slavery? No? Oh shit. I'm okay. I always thought it would be do slavery. Commit slavery just sounds... Oh no. Eviscerated a pound? What? I caught them. I caught them. At least she didn't butcher, but whenever I talk, I want to cough. It's so itchy. Wait, you can butcher a pal? That's kind of fucked. No, cough really sells it. I'm sick. I cannot help but cough. Oh. Wake up? Wake up! It's in the morning! Oh, not the seed bomb, wait a minute. Not the seed bomb. Oh no! Oh my god, I cannot capture him? Really? Nox? Wait, aren't you a new one? god. There goes my Nox. There's a cleaver you can unlock. It replaces the pet action of friend. I know. I don't like that. This game's truly unhinged. Oh my god. It's so dark I cannot see anything. Oh shit, it beat Depresso. Hi Roxas. Such high level? Okay lah. I'm only 25. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that's like way stronger than me. I think deep down we're all Depresso. We're just Depresso. Can I mine like this? Wait, I can. Why am I like this? Why? What did I do to you? It's actually so scary. You're running away and then there's like a ball of fire. I don't think I can one-shot. I actually one-shot. What the fuck is that damage? Dang it, I kinda want to capture them. Sorry. I'm also about level 25 and all I do is build a skyscraper in my first base to go out occasionally to fetch more letters and organs. So I got milk yesterday evening. Now I have everything I need for cake and therefore breeding. Oh, I didn't know how to make cake. And Dinosaur didn't drop anything? Oh, it bugged. Oh, it bugged. I cannot pet truck. Maybe I should try out breeding as well. What is that castle? Must be the boss. I don't think I want to get there first. Oh. Flour, egg, milk, and berries? Flour? There's flour? Oh yeah, there's flour. I don't even know where to find the wet. It's night. Oh yeah, my goal is to find wheat. I was trying to upgrade my base. Whoa. Okay. Mushroom? Do dinosaurs even drop anything? Ah, I see. Well, I have to kill you. Ooh. Wet seed is so hard to get. I also yesterday found out which power I know drop wet seed. I just found it. Yeah, that dog wanted to fly. In such violence, it's Palworld. It's not violence. Is there really no fast travel points around here? I didn't for the longest time, so I bought some at trader. I didn't even know there's a trader. I mean, there's like a human trafficker. Human trafficker. I cannot believe it. There's nothing up here. Maybe I didn't explore enough. Desert Runaway. Oh, are you an NPC? Do I get to play GTA again? Hi. something that big living on this island? Thanks. There are so many things in this game, like the trader and illegal goods and servers I totally overlooked. Looks like this game is everything and more. Alright, we already have like a cowardly victim. Now we need a desert runaway. Right? Alright, first try, first try. Come on. Easy! We got... the game gave me too much power. Too much power. If that's eastern, it's probably gonna be like northern. Let's head south. What? I didn't do nothing. You're a danger to this ecosystem. You know what? I probably am. The game gave me too much power. I want meat. I want meat. Oh, they're running away. Oh no. Where's the rest of the meat? Meat. Oh. Oh. There we go. Weight set is so hard to get. I can make one. I mean, one should be more than enough, right? Free power sphere. Ow! It's not guaranteed drop. Ow? Yeah, I think I should be able to head back now. Let's go to this one. You don't need more seeds to regrow them, they're infinite. That's good to know. Are you stuck? Oh. It just ceased to exist. Oh my god. The amount of jank this game has. Oh, oops. Aren't too much odd power design in this game. Though I fear that someone want to... Oh my god. I'm okay, I promise. Smooch me back. Isn't that a good thing? Still less jank than most of the game it's compared to. Yeah, true. It's jank, but it's a lot less jank, yeah. It's not game-breakingly jank. Hi, DT. I'm doing pretty okay. But apart from me being kind of sick, I'm doing pretty okay. Now 69, I don't think I'm the one that decides when to stop smooching. isn't that a good thing? Honestly, that power 69 is perfect. Let's get back to our base. Why is Tombat up there?
Yep.
And QT, wow! Hello, Schniku. Soviet Schniku. Hello. I guess it kind of works. It's fine. Also, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I also like evil furry bait. Like the sex lizard. Like Lavender is now just a sex lizard. I'm probably gonna need more ore. Wait. Gonna leave now, good luck with Palworld. Okay, Nexus. Thanks for hanging around. The way you said my name was so dumb. I'll take it. No, that's sexy furry bait.
And welcome.
I mean the black and red goat. Oh, R socks? That one, that one. This one, this one? It's not necessarily black. Or this one. Is this a goat? I think this is Lucario. Also, thanks for the follow, Soviet Sniku. Thank you, thank you. I need more ingots. Thanks for boops. That one? Okay. I'm gonna pet them, they look adorable and so heckin' tall after. Hey. Ooh. Mm. Okay, that's very cute. You stupid. Get down there. Wait, what am I to do again? I forgot. This. I think we cook, right?
Yeah.
Do you? I mean... Okay, you are cooking with your butt. I don't know how you're doing that, but I'll take it. Just like you. Wow! I'm gonna cry. Oh no, is that a command? Oh, that's so good. Weapon workbench, okay. Can I make a weapon workbench? A weapon workbench? I should make a weight plantation first. Alright, let's put somewhere that oh god. I want to put somewhere that's weird. Why are you like this? Why are you like this game? Hmm? Konnichiwa, Nita. Hello. How's your Palworld going? It's going pretty well. I got the trucken. Oh, and then I got another trucken. Give me a second. This one. Trucken. Mmm. So big. But yeah, power is going pretty well. I hope you're doing good too, Anita. Oh. Sorry. Only this angle? Okay. You asked for it. That's good enough, right? Where's the... Oh my god. I'm okay, I promise. A lot of coughing today. So is yesterday. Sorry. Did I not get milk? No, I do. Oh, milk. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Wait, where are those noises? What noises? I ended up putting some foundations down basically everywhere because my base is so uneven. The pathing of my piles is very confused by 3 levels of building. Oh no! I'm gonna go eat 990. And good night, Sniku. Have good sleep. Yeah, if there's a dragon. Motivational leader. Increase the player speed? Wow. That kinda sucks. Actually, it's pretty good. House without pets will get stressed? Oh no. Alright, one gets to sleep outside. Actually, 2. Nice. Wait, they actually got in. That's pretty cool. Okay, weapon workbench. Nice. I'll put... This is how lazy I am, honestly. We're gonna get guns. Play a work pile to the base. Oh, okay. Okay, one gets to sleep in the middle of the road, I think. Yeah, one. That works. Alright. What? Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, assembly line and power generator. Never even heard of those stuff. I don't know. One shot before they need to reload. One shot handgun? Ingot and fiber. Fiber? I think they made the building blocks 2 a resource apiece on purpose. Like, you pick up a stick from the ground, they can make a whole wall from it. Is it 2? You're right. It is 2. Can you bong this rock?
Yeah.
How about you? No? Well, guess not. Except the defensive walls, those are 10. I never really used the defensive walls, to be honest. I just need a lot of ingots. I think I pretty much made all of these, I think. Where's the... Is it that one? This one looks like it can do a lot of things. This one. Catch so much. Okay lah. This is fine. Yip so much. That's just a kobold. Yip so much. Nice. I need more ingot. I'm gonna cry. What's the goat doing? What the goat doing? That's fine. That's fine. Go. Yip yip yippy. Many yips. Lots of yips. Everything's still looking okay. Alright, now that I can fly, I'm gonna go get like actually a lot of ingots. It's somehow getting worse. Wait, give me a second. I still have my strip seals. Let me try this one. Yeah, why is it sticky? Why is the strip still sticky? Are you still good? I don't trust this stack. What? I don't trust this. I'm not gonna eat this strepsils. Oh god. Ugh. It's sticky. I don't want it. Fine. I have another thing. Look, I came half prepared, alright? It's fine. Just give me a second. Eat. Yeah, this is fine. Alright, okay. It's just the cooking noise. The cooking noise is so loud. Where did I put the weight? Where did you put the weight? Where did I put the weight? There's no weight. I don't get it. Where's the weight? Did they not gather the weight? Why are you stuck? They get stuck so easily sometimes. Hey Brave. How many humans have you captured? I sold a bunch, I think. Yeah, I sold a bunch. What? Hang on, I'm trying to... I have a few Syndicate Thug. I sold a bunch of them already. I have a Desert Runaway. I have a Free Power Alliance Devout. And I have a PIDF Guard. For whatever reason, I caught a PIDF Guard. And a Cowardly Victim. There you go. Nice. Okay. Now I think I'm ready to get some... Yeah, I'm ready to get some Iron A goods. Okay, I know where to go. It's easier because now I can just fly there. Man, I kinda wish there's a way to mine these faster. Is she gonna fly this way?
Yeah.
Definitely gonna need more weight capacity. I mean, I'm at 1150. Still not enough. I need more. I need to become the true loot gremlin. Egg. Hmm? Oh, I got the egg. There it is. A bunch of ore deposits.
Yep. Yep.
We're yipping. We're yipping. Hi, Cochita. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? It's always nice to see another kobold. Oh. I'm too heavy? This one is 900? Oh. Oh. Can I still ride? I guess I can get a little bit more. Oh no. Okay, that's fair. I miss Pinky. Honestly, me too. But I think it's because of time zone, and then they started working, so it's like close to impossible to stop by my stream, which I totally understand. Three Days till Persona 3 remake. I never really played Persona though. But I'm glad you're excited. It's almost here, right? 3 days. Why's everyone fighting? want this. Persona is great. Honestly, yeah, I heard a lot of people saying that Persona is heckin' amazing. Even during my university years, there's so many people saying that Persona is great. I think around that time it was like the first ever Persona 5 release. And then my friends were asking me to go to their house and play Persona together. I think that's like my first Persona experience, I guess. It doesn't really strike me as a game that I would play because, like, a lack of dragons. I'm too biased at this point. But I have to say that the style and everything for the game is pretty good. Although I don't know why it's kind of funny to me that whenever they're trying to like transform in a way, they have to like rip off the mask and then just screams like Persona. It's not bad by any means. It's not bad by any means, but it's just it's kind of funny to me. Just a little bit funny. Okay. Persona 3 use gun? Oh, it's different? Depends on the game, like Persona 3 using an invoker. So the ripping off the mask is a P5 thing? Oh, that's pretty cool. So every persona has a different way of triggering, well, the persona, right? I might be wrong with my heckin' limited knowledge. Fuck, ate wet? Who ate wet? Please don't eat wet. What do you mean they're eating wet? Oh. On the fucking electrode. Yep, okay. P3 best. Seems just a little hot. What do you mean it's still a little hot? Oh, you just want to destroy all the fire, okay. Persona 3 is the darkest one but has the best story. Ooh. Dark story? That's kinda scary. But then again, I did play some dark games, I think. Oh my god, please stop eating wet. I'm trying to use the wet to make cake. Don't eat wet. Oh my god. Wet. Okay, fine, you guys can eat this. Don't eat wet. The powers are savages, they just eat the seeds raw. Its main thing is handling death. Oh shit, yeah. Handling death. I mean, death in itself is not that dark, but handling death, that's another level. Mine. I'm trying to make cake so that you guys can breathe, alright? So that lavender needs work. Oh, I need to breathe. I need to make a breathing station too. Breathing station. Where is it? Oh, there it is. It's a breeding farm, sorry. Okay, who's hungry? What the fuck, How I don't... I don't get the dog. I don't get the dog. Logging. Only fire. Work slave. Work speed. The game. I was trying to deny that this game is about slavery, but then they have works like, god damn it, thanks game. I tried. You cannot say that I didn't try to make this game not slavery. Then you have to fucking work slave. Okay. I mean, might as well, right? There you go, have fun. You might need to sleep though. Or not. It's only only slavery, Roxas. Oh my god. Oh my god. FNAF fan, hi. I love putting my slaves, I mean pal, to work. I mean, they are doing good work. They are really doing good work. But also, hi, welcome in. I want more, more wet plantation. I want more wet. Why am I like this? Oh. Why does that work? Oh no, it doesn't work anymore. Can you please get out? I need to put... I assume it's almost done. There we go, okay. Why am I like this? Why am I so lazy? Like, I've seen so many people play this game on Twitch, and they have like really good buildings. I don't like doing buildings. I'm lazy. Oh yeah, you cook. I forgot. Is it possible to cook like... Can I type in the number? Okay, just cook 100. It's not that bad. It's only 100 berries. It's fine. In the meantime, I can make a gun. My first gun. Y'all better watch out. Kobold has a gun now. Enough when the pals in my team hang out in the building area. They're just cute. I like my pals. I also think I have good amount of bullets as well. But then the description of this makeshift handgun just says like one shot and then reload. Which is weird, but it's okay. It's makeshift. Mine. I have a gun. Oh wait, it's 6 bullets. Are you lying to me? A handgun created from spare parts, relatively well suited for close quarters combat, but can only fire one shot before needing to reload. Really? Oh, I didn't mean to. Can you wake up? Can you wake up? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. Thanks. It uses this one? Alright, who wants to have a test run of my gun? You. Oh! The fuck is that damage? How about point blank? Sorry, sheep. That felt terrible. I'm going away. So I'm probably gonna need a lot of ammo, right? How do I make gunpowder? Oh, there it is. What the heck is a sulfur? Frostbite 9. With the power of friendship and this gun I build. Have gun will shoot. It is a starting point area, it is. It totally is. Why is there wood here? Oh wait, you're cooking it. Oh, you're actually cooking it, okay. Oh. Oh no. It takes 10 years to make 10 bullets. Okay, good to know. I'm okay. I'm sorry about all the cough. I can hold it back. Oh, I'm probably gonna need more watering. Hi, Rezzy. I just came here to say I'm making a lavender character with Senator's girlfriend. Oh no, Suzazzle. Good. We need more lavender art. need more lavender. Never enough. How are you, cutie boo? Well, I'm doing pretty okay other than me being sick. Been recovering from what happened, but it's all good. I'm doing much better now. I've seen the vendor's art, it's nice. Lavender is nice. Let's change this. Who has good watering skills? I'll just make it like the only watering monster. I'm gonna do this. Oh shit. There we go. Because they're putting wet in here. Why is there two different kind of... Oh my god. This one needs... Oh, this one needs watering as well. Wearing a maid outfit while holding a sky book, Lusty Argolian maid. Sounds about right. They're gonna be Candy and Chili. A sweet school teacher and a spicy fashion designer. No, entirely final. That sounds amazing. That sounds heckin' great. Change with this one. I need one more watering. Another serpent then. Yes, medicine is a skill suggests it also makes aphrodisiacs. I mean, even the drops. I just think lavender is pretty neat. Oh, I'm blocking it. It drops mushroom, cake, suspicious juice, and strange juice. We love lavender. Lavender is good. The juices. Gonna love the juices. Okay, so they eat the first thing. They eat the first thing first. Okay, I'm just gonna let them eat berries. Oh, cake! Milk, egg, honey? How do I get honey? Didn't I get a cow somewhere? Here. Produce milk assigned to ranch. Okay, okay. I should change this one for now. And then we need egg as well. If they're two cooking, that's fine. Chicken. I'll give Lemon my gender fluids because I'm gender fluid. Neat. Please get out. Oop. Okay, I love that. Chicken. Alright, I think I'm pretty much ready to like go out and have another like an adventure. High quality power oil? Oh god. Everything seems fine. I'm not gonna use too much. I follow a cute bird. Oh, Barry, cute bird, yeah. Outside theories about the game's lore. Can Boxer make a server? No, this is still single player. If Nintendo and the devs of this game negotiated on an agreement, then such it would be fun if they became like DC and Marvel. Very less likely because Pokemon is just way too up their own ass. Sadly. Hi Leon. It's been a while, Leon. What do you mean, boo? What I do? I bet they don't. They probably cracked the whip on Power Pockets Productions. Playing Slave Simulator without you? Wow. Wow. It's not Slave Simulator, huh? It's I don't know. It's a good game. I don't know anymore. I'm probably saving a card mate. Nice. Leon, I just got a gun. I feel so stonk. I have a gun. Baguette? I miss my sex lizard. Yeah. No, don't go mining. They are very protective of the shit, but they are becoming increasingly more relaxed thanks to the shift in management, but it's incredibly slow. At least it's a small step towards the right direction, I guess. This is Pokemon Co. in a nutshell, enslaving people to make a slave simulator. I understand why Nintendo is this way, but I think they overreacted by a lot. Oh, overprotective, I think. How do I have a gun? Probably not, I don't know, that's fair. It's hard to know about stuff like that. Don't know what they're thinking. Don't know what they're thinking, pretty much. I'm gonna try to get Bushi. Will it kill? I hope not. Okay. Ooh. Nice. That's good enough, I think. Nice. More weight. Okay, Bushi is out here. The response from Nintendo was basically, shut up, we know they exist and we're watching them, so stop telling us about this crap. Then Pokemon like acted very harsh towards Palworld. Let's go, sex lizard. That's right, slap him, slap him. Yeah, good slap, good slap. I can run and reload? That's OP. I got this. That's cool. Go. Damn, ow. Yeah, just cover your face with the thing. I gotta wait for a Pokemon to do things. Oh, my pal. Step, step. 2 damage, we love it. 2 damage. Get him, my sex lizard. Ow. Okay, change. Go. Wait a minute. I tried to dodge. Oh, you're fire. If you're fire, I should change to this one. No way. No fucking way. 5%? No fucking way. I mean, yeah, we take those. We take those 5%. In case anyone doesn't know why, it's because they got sued by the original owners of Donkey Kong, Universal, or Warner Brothers, I think. And because they lost and King Kong became public domain, it made Nintendo realize that could happen to them as well, just as easily even though they won the lawsuit. It's because fair use laws don't exist in their country. I don't know why not, but whatever. The legalities of stuff is just weird sometimes. Like their IP, their intellectual property and stuff, it's hard to say. A heart for a fig leaf? My power to seduce the sword. I think it worked. Oh, needless a waifu protect. Noodle Dirk is kind of lewd noodle somehow. Wait. Oh, welcome back, Brian. I have a gun. I have gun will shoot. Oh, it responds after an hour. That's okay, I guess. We got Bushi, Bronze Cherry Aqua. I don't think I want to go that deep in. This one's like level 30. So it's like King Paka 23. I think I'm able to do that. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, I forgot I can teleport just like that. I love my sex lizard. Vague laws, lack of laws, dog eat dog mentalities. Yeah. I'm gonna capture some cat. Or not. Let's get King Paka. If I do get King Paka, I think we made a lot of progress today. And we're already... Oh my god, I already played for 5.5 hours? Holy shit. It's here? Yeah. Boshi is the variant of the leaf arrow guy. Who? I think part of this is that if Nintendo takes Palworld on in core and loses, it'll open the door to a lot more obvious references. Yeah, that's a fair point. Is that King Paka? That is actually so adorable. It's so thick. You are? Neutral. Then anything would do. I have gun. Don't go away. I don't like the spirit bomb. Oh my god. Ow! Ow! Oh my god. I can't aim. I don't use too much of my bullet. Get him, get him. Yeah. Kobold strat. Get to the back. 5 damage. Where you going? Where's the pig? Egg. I don't want to use too much of my bullet. Oh, you're low. Ooh, nice dodge. Get that ass, get that ass. Let me try. 5%? There's no way. Ooh. Ow! Peace. Got you. Really? Let's try one more. Ow! Oh, okay. That works surprisingly well. I'll take it. Hi, Mer. Can we just all be happy and appreciate Tylra? Hmm? With the crown and the colors, the thing looks like a king. The king of Christmas. I mean, honestly, you guys being here is what your suggestion is, right? Yeah. At least to me personally. Angel Kobold strat. It is. I mean, I'm a Kobold. Also, hi Mer. Hope you're doing good. Not only bad at Palworld, you can also pull out the tweets from the detractors that use falsified evidence and their admission to doing so over the violence, and then say, are you making this argument of copyright based on these admitted falsehoods? And you could sway the court's jury decisions. Yeah, they were making false claims, right? They were making false claims and saying that Palworld is using AI to create all the different monsters and stuff. It's like, what the hell? I don't see a semblance of AI in this game, as far as I know. As far as I played it, I don't see any semblance of AI. Other than, of course, like the AI moving around, the AI behavior, those are different. They had to stretch string and reshape to make the models fit. They're just trying so hard at this point. Any closest one? This one, Level 38 is too much. The closest one is this one. I might be able to get it as well. You know what? Why not? I should probably just use the poison bow for now. Proven this is AI to make the monsters, pretty much. Even No Man's Sky's main dev went into the topic, posting a meme that was pro Palworld based. Good. Chicken. Why are you here? Oh shit, I cannot make... Huh? Like my gun, I don't want to use all of them. Fine. I used to say I wants to create a single sonar, but there was a mean to an end. A means to an end, and I edited the design to make it more my own. Yeah, like I said, using AI as reference is okay. Using AI and then claim it as your own work is the problem. Oh god, I need more ingot for this? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna put... That's fine. I'm gonna put the food stuff here then. Honey, milk... Where's my egg goo? Where's my egg goo? How do you say that there's like 9 eggs but I don't see them? I see them now. This is exactly how I do mine. I wish to edit AI art so that I can make a 3D model in the future with further additions and reductions so it is different. Where did I put the wool? Oh yeah, outside. I just love Tylra. Sorry. Wow. It's okay. I love Merp too. Merp good. Merp is very very nice. Her name is Chloe, and she has the ability to summon people places. Things or events from the memory of others, like pulling it from a black and white movie using demonic power. You know, sometimes I envy, like, you guys can give your character like a really good backstory, and then there's me. I don't know how to give a good backstory for my characters. I don't. It's hard. It's difficult. My characters are basically just like no backstory. It's just me being me. When backstory, probably never. Try to make one. How? Many people hate it because of people who would be basically bad actors. Even most artists use tracing as basis to understand process, understand poses at times, people making their art in their own way and such. Like you can have a line art trace with circles in the face position plus to make their own art. I have a ton of lore for my persona. I wish I can do that. You know what? I could do it. I'm just very lazy to think. That and that's on me. That is 100% on me. Use brain hard to use. How am I supposed to use what the fuck? Okay, we're gonna go get this one. My characters usually have a job that involves a few things, but otherwise it's just evolving when they appear in my headspace. I think that's also pretty good, yeah. You know, it's kind of better than my characters are just me. Represented differently, pretty much. Because the plus is often the placement distance of the eyes between the division for the eyes and the middle of the nose position. Chicken. Chicken. Is it here? Chicken. Can you eat the chicken? There is the chicken. You can eat the poultry. It's not like raw chicken. Well, I mean, it is the raw chicken, but you cannot eat the chicken. You can catch chicken and then make the butcher knife to kill it for double. Oh my god, that's fucked up. I'm not gonna do that. And catch and then kill? I cannot do it. Like, none of us sell potions at the magic services, mostly TF stuff, because that is what they're good at. I love TF stuff. It's so good. Never enough TF. That... what is that? Is that psychic? Oh, that's dark. What is dark afraid of? I don't know. Everything? Go. Poison. Poison. Hope you like poison. Oh, please don't look at me. I'm playing Counter-Strike. Dinosaur is way too strong, I feel like. Alright, go, my sex lizard! My sex lizard has a homing skill. Ooh. Maybe? Oh. Oh, okay. We take those. We take the win. First try. Another TS stuff too. I have an idea for a persona. Which one? This one? Kobold? Kobold, Cryptid, Dragon, Snake? Flashlight? I Yeah, where's my flashlight? Don't I have like a key item? I have this thing. It automatically lights up at night. Now it's not nighttime. That makes sense. Why the witch cat has so little paws? It's almost non-existent. Such a shame. Paws good. We got this one. This one's level 31. Yeah, I think the next time we play, it's probably gonna be a lot more exploring to new territory, because now that I'm much stronger, I can actually explore like these places that is like just now very dangerous. Yeah. I think the next time I play, or even off stream that I play this game, I play this game off stream. Sometimes I just want to stream this game to have more times to have more time to play this game because I love this game. Yeah. I'll also play this off stream so I could like do some catch up. Off stream Sag. What do you mean Sag? There's no way I can just play this on stream and then finish this. I don't think it's possible by how much time I need to spend just to get to the end, if it exists. Kobold tribe from the wood close to a fairy village with some ties to a fairy dragon as previous worshipped idol. I'm a fairy kobold? I'll take it. You listing all your sonars and just adding flashlight the everything of the other word sounds so. What do you mean? I didn't say flashlight.
Yeah.
No, no flashlight too. I wonder if that could be a good starting point for lore. I mean, I'm a heckin' fairy kobold. Oh my god. I think we can go back to base first. I don't think I want to catch the marbles to Memoreth. Fairy kobold will be a nice touch of uniquity. You don't see a lot of fairy kobold, right? Oh no, why are you guys like this? God damn it. Okay, who is it? The Draken, Serpent, and Flock? You read Merp's message right after it's like part of the list. I should go sleepy, night Kobo. Okay. Have good sleep, Solid Wacom. Okay, which serpent? Serpent. This one, and there was one more flock. Where is masochist? Masochist? Pyromaniac? You are a I have a knack for making up stories and lore. The reason why my friends often tell me that I should write books. That's honestly a strength, yeah. I love when they do that. I love and hate when they do that. I hate it when our home base pals keep spawning at the top of the roof and dying. I think that's funny. Lashes to a distant target. Pulling leaves his body towards the target. Since upgraded, it now has greater range. How do I get fiber? Like, other than cutting trees, of course. I also love that at my base, they could just walk off the trees because it's right next to a cliff and a roof. But they just stay out there and cry for help and food. It sounds about right. They're just pals. They are not... Yeah, they're just pals. Mounted crossbow? Assign a power with handiwork suitability and it will protect the base using the crossbow. That's cool. Lamp. Funny enough, if I wanted to do the same thing that Pokemon fanatics do, I could pull the same tricks they do out of my rear and say, your design copied MLP Gen 5. The eyes and the snout looks like the dragon and the ponies from MLP. I think I get what you mean, yeah. It's just a bit of a hypocrisy coming from them, trying to sue Palworld. Yeah, I think I have all of these. So much flame organ, so much ingot. Seaman and beautiful flower? What do you mean beautiful flower? Fiber. Okay, I'm just gonna go on a. I'm just gonna cut trees down. It's fine. Who's hungry down there? Oh my god. Why are you being stupid? Why are you so depressed? You're not depressed, so. Please don't look down at the cliff like this. Useless skill? Oh, you mean this lizard? It's not really useless when it has artisan, I think. Oh wait, it's here. wow, he's hungry. He's very hungry. Hmm. Oh, Tatu, hi! Oh my god, it's been so long. Hi! Wow, wow. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Wait. I know how to do this. Yeah, it's only been a month. It's fine. Ooh, Phasmo? Oh my god, it's been so long. How are you doing? How was Phasmophobia? Oh, did you play anything else beforehand as well? Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art occasionally. Welcome, welcome. Phasmo was okay? Nice. Good to know. I haven't played Phasmo in a long time. It doesn't really make me want to play. But I heard like there's like a new update for the game. Like the graphic change, I think. Like recently. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna cough a lot, so I'm gonna apologize in advance. But yeah, recently there's too many games I want to play, like this one, and then there's also Tekken 8 that just released a few days ago. Lots of games that I want to play. I think that works. But yeah, I think... Did I introduce... I think I did. Did I? I don't remember. But still, thanks for the raid again, Tattoo. And of course, if you want to take care of yourself, like post-stream care, please do so. It's very important. Yeah. The dev made over $500 million over the sales for Palworld. Started with just 10,000 bucks. They didn't have any investors, so that means all the profit goes to them. I bet people want to be knocking at the door to get that bag. It's a huge accomplishment, yeah. Oh, why are you like this? Oh, why are you like this? Oh. Best timing when Pokemon is at the lowest. Yeah, Pokemon is kind of like not keeping the game out. Like they're not making good games. Why are they like this? That's a lot of egg and milk. Nice. I need to figure out how to make what's it called? What's it again? Honey. Is there like a bee around? There has to be a bee, right? Or maybe even the bear. Did I not catch Pancake? The dragon wants to be a bird. I have to find bees, okay? Look, Mom, I can fly too. I'm flying. Let me try to catch Pancake again. Hi, Ingrill. Eat Kobold. Am I the Kobold? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Oh, okay. That was weird. Wow, ow. It's gonna die. Oh my god, you're too strong. God damn it. No. This one is so strong. Dinosaur is so strong. Just keeps blinking. Twice. I do like brown cherry though. You know what? Before I end the stream, let me try to get that one. It's not that far. This boy too strong. Right, let me moisturize real quick. Thanks, Evie. Wait, who's that? Got him. What is that? Oh, he's gonna die. Don't kill. Oh no. Can't believe there's another one. Thank you. Is there more? Oh, that's perfect. Nice. I'm just saying that the name Fwak is too good. Whoever came up with this name Fwak, it's amazing. And one time where I wanted to catch a pal but didn't have weapon weak enough, so I went around punching pals with flaming fist because my partner pal made all my attacks do fire damage. That's pretty heckin' cool. Flaming fist sounds good. Wake up, cow, wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Yeah. Ha.
I can catch more, right? Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Yeah.
I think I can step one more time. Nice. If a pound gives you elemental damage on your attacks, include fist. Maybe there's like a fist build in this game as well. I hope. I like punching things. Alright, I'm getting over. Step, step. They don't drop good stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe they're a good walker. Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's my mega spear. I'm gonna cry. Whoa, no way. Okay. You just want me to use my gigaspheres. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. It's almost morning. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. It's a morning. Wake up. Wake up. It's a morning. Wake up. Give me rocks. I want to eat something. Let me bite. Cry more? I'm not crying. I know for a fact I can get more spheres, so it's totally fine. I'm just surprised by the 52%. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I found them. I found them. I finally found them. Maybe I use the sex lizard. Can I? there's two of them. This might be kind of bad. What? How many percent? 11? That's kind of sad. No!
Yeah.
I think it's that 1 or 2 times.
Yeah.
Ow! Okay. That's good. Ugh. Hi, Lex. Hi, Thunder Foxo. Got a question: who to win, Chucky or Megan? They're making VS movie. Who's Chucky and who's Megan? I only know Cai Yiling, Xue Ziqian, Zhou Shen. Who else? Oh, Zhou Shen is pretty good. Lin Jingjie is a little bit bad. Who else? What I'm trying to say, I'm Chinese. I'm sorry. I don't know who those are. Hi, Harmonica. It's a really fast rolling. How you doing? Hope you are doing good. Is there seriously no way to heal? Sorry. Is there really no way to heal? I only know Chicky. I think they are both horror movie villains. Oh, Chucky. And then who? Megan? Maybe? Sorry, I don't know who those are. Hi, QT. Wow, harmonica. Wow. What are they using? They have a damn flamethrower? And a machine gun? Oh shit. I am not able to base I'm not able to best them. Uh-oh. Oh, we have a heavy machine gun, huh?
Yeah.
Guess I'm fighting. Oh my god, what are you doing? Now wait just goddamn minute. Why is everyone aiming for me now? Excusez-moi? Aduma, everyone wants to kill me! Hi. Yes, we caught a human. Wait, you're throwing a grenade? I missed. Shoot the leg. I don't think I can go any more down than that. Let's try to use 1 Giga Sphere. If I cannot catch it, then it's fine. Okay, we did. God damn, poor Relaxoruses. They're so adorable though. First I read Chuck Norris and Mega Man, and I was confused why Chuck Norris would ever lose except on purpose. Chuck Norris is really strong, question mark? They just spin. I love them. All that for fuck. Are you serious? All that for fucking fuck? Okay, fine. Ragdolling giant pals that they are perfect. Well, we got a fuck. All pals are inflatables, at least for the way they flop when you pick them up. Yeah, maybe that's it. They want a piece of Kobold. They're not gonna get a piece of Kobold. They're being rude. They're being turbo rude, not lewd. Inflatables is your favorite, Roxas? Cannot say I'm surprised. Depresso is my spirit animal. Depresso is everyone's spirit animal, pretty much. Do you also get faster when drinking energy drink? Oh my god, there's so many Relaxauruses. I want all of them. I'm gonna bring a team of 6 Relaxauruses. Or 5, I think. 5. Turbo Lou is lavender. Okay, I cannot. Yeah, it's true. Oh no! Where's the health? No! Oh my god, you're too thick. Oh, hi cauliflower. Hi you, who you? Me, Kobold. Who you? Never had those and never will. That's fair. I never had energy drinks too because of my medical condition that I cannot really just drink energy drinks. They are sweet as fuck. Meat, 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 meat. Thank you. Did you catch the Fang Lope? Nope. Don't think I heard of that. Oh my god, is that another syndicate base? I'm gonna cry. Level 19? 19? I mean, I can use my sex lizard to fight them, I guess. Yeah, my sex lizard is already at full health. I only see 3 syndicate thugs. You're not missing out energy drinks? Ah, thank goodness. Because I tried it a little bit once, it was just pure sweet sugar. And I think that's pretty much it. Go. Go. I'll support. Ow! Ow! What did it do? What did it do? Why are you all taking me again? Good golly. Ooh. What? Can you not? Can you not? Oh, dude, oh my god. Okay, come back. You're dying. Do you fight? Oh, you're quite strong. Holy shit. What? You... Absolute dick. Actual dick. Get in, asshole! Thank you. I'm out of arrows. I know some, please get them from here. Thank you very much. Alright, okay. We good. Steal. World. It's always when they spin. Really good mount. Fang loop. The ragdoll is perfect. I just find them too sweet. There are some that are more sour, but honestly, too sweet and they mess up my stomach. That's fair. Okay, this time we're gonna catch this one, alright? Get back. Get him! Get him! Step in the back. Oh, step. Okay, that's good. Nice. I only had 3. Oh my god, I need 5. They're so hard to get.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roam around these parts and see if I can find more Relaxauruses. They are everywhere, not to me. This one doesn't do a lot of damage. mean, they're so thick. Should be easy to see them. Oh wait, oh, I was supposed to do this. But my power sphere is not looking that good. Maybe the 13 gigasphere might be able to do it. Down where the waterfall should be an entrance. Left the area of them. That waterfall? I'm gonna do the broncho berry first. Meat. Meat. Oh, there it is. Kobold strike, let's go. Yeah. Yeah. One more step, maybe? I missed. Okay. I can't step anymore. Nice, 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 nice. Oh no, why are you so stonk? At least look someone like the place. Maybe it's worth a shot. I'll always go check it out. More weight. Probably gonna need more food than this. Okay. That's a lot of weight. It's not enough. I want to be a loot gremlin. Steep, 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 steep. Ow. Steep, 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 steep. Oh my god, I couldn't react.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Ow. Okay, that's 5, that's 5, that's 5. That's 5, we good. We good, we good. We have a fast travel here. That's a lot of weight, it's not enough. 1800 health currently, one shot? It's okay, I'm not like the direct confrontation kind of kobold.
Yep.
Did you see that I just like hide behind? Because I'm a kobold!
Yep, yep.
I hide behind.
Yip yip.
Oh, the yips. let's return to base. Why are you like this? Oh, you only do handicraft? Handicraft medicine? I don't know what I want. Maybe I need more wool. Why are you dead? They sometimes die on spawn, it's a bug. Fair enough. It is a early access game, I get it. Hypersphere? What? Is there no Relaxaurus saddle? There is something? Oh. Makes Relaxaurus fire a missile launcher when ridden? What the fuck? Okay. Oh shit, pump action shotgun? Snowman? Oh, I'm close to having a handgun. Create power spheres at a faster pace. That's pretty good. Hypersphere. Cold resistant metal armor, I don't need that. Bathroom, I want it. do I have? Oh. Then capturing the broncho berry is gonna be tough. This is level Pikapu. It must. It's gonna be tough. Dolphin ingot. The element armor usually have more base armor as well. Oh! That's good to know. It's so cute. My favorite. I think I'm gonna stop at 1500. Yeah, that's a good one. And then maybe I'll add more stamina. Celery? Oh my god. Where's the dragon? What? Dragon's gone. So many things. I'm surprised no Tekken. Me too. I'm surprised too. But I think it's because no, it's not. I think I say no Tekken because it's Monday, and I think Monday is gonna be hard to find matches online, which which is like most of the time I'm gonna spend when playing Tekken 8. So that's why I decided to play Palworld instead. Oh, someone's bugged again. Now I just need to find a way to get honey so that I can make cake. And once I can make cake, I can... Once I make cake, I can breed. Well, no, I can, but the pal can breed. The cooking is so loud. Mozzarella meat. This one? Hey yo. You heard it right. There's a breeding station. And it needs a cake. I think it's cake, right? Assign one male and one female cow to produce eggs. Placing cake in the facility is required for production. There it is. And try breeding a dragon with a cat they made a water egg? A dragon and a cat. I mean, what did they breed out is the question. Element, I think it's fine. Because anything can have any element. Sort of. But if a dragon and a cat breed out a wolf, that's a bit of a problem. $52.13. Yeah. Let me try to get this, and then I'm probably gonna call it a day. I am getting kinda hungry. You could get honey, but hunting the butterflies across the bridge? Across the bridge? Bye? Bye? You can get honey by hunting the butterflies across the bridge. Oh. Across what bridge though? I'm mostly gonna die here. Broncherry Aqua should be water element, so I need to use Dinosaur. Huh? I'm gonna kill them. They can have... I can... Power spheres. Has to be nearby. I mean, Broncherry is like literally the size of a skyscraper. I should not miss them. Sometimes they are in caves, so we have to search the entrance. No. Searching is my weakness. Right, go get him. Go get him. Seed bomb them. It has to be around here. Might be down in the water, not sure though. Hmm? Wait. Aqua, right? Maybe you're right. Please come back.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. It's Aqua. Oh, it must be that one. Ooh, spooky. Damn, how deep does this go? There it is. Oh, that looks so good though. Waves of summer. Alright, go. Go do it. There's no place to hide. I'm pretty sure he has like long range moves. I need to dodge this one. Alright. Alright, let's do it. Okay, yeah, that is so much damage. What is that move? I don't understand. Okay, projectile. Play it safe, play it safe. It's stuck. Oh, you're not stuck. You're stuck. Are you stuck? Oh, this is faster. Excuse me. Oh no, your C-bomb, your C-bomb. Oh, you changed your skill. And get him, sex lizard. Oh no, there is no damage. Can't try? Nope. Oh my god, not the seat bomb. Oh. Oh. Catch her? Nope. Oh, nope. Shit. Are you stuck? I can do this. Oh my god! That was instant. Okay. Taken. I'm stalling, I'm stalling. No. If you're trying to attack, I'll just do the stall. One more. Okay, literally one health. All right, this this is all I can do. There's nothing I can do. Unless I can try to get its back. That was its back, right? Wait a minute. This is bad. I might have to kill this. Oh, please don't make me do it. Oh! Oh, thank you. Oh my god. Alright, we did it. That was kind of scary.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, welcome back, Nexus.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Lo-
Yep.
Lots of yips. That was second grade. But Sex Lizard died, sadly. Like I tried to bring her back, but I was a little bit too slow. Thanks for the pets and poops too. I have to die. I didn't die. I'm gaming. Destroy this. So just read as a secret strat. You tap it, it's faster.
Yeah.
Return and saw you were still going, so I decided pop in again. Oh. Yeah, although I'm close to ending because I was just trying to get the last thing, which is that boss just now that you saw. And now I'm just trying to go back to the base and call it a day. Although I honestly didn't expect that the normal power sphere didn't work against it. Good thing I have like, what, 15 gigaspheres? That kind of worked out. Oh, that's a new one. How the... How the fuck did you even get up there? There you go. The best monster in the game. Oh. I'm so strong. Where did it go? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. I'm not gonna worry about it. I expected it to be almost over. Hope things went well. It went very well. I went to a bunch of different bosses. I think I caught most of them. Yeah, I believe I caught most of them. Not all of them though. I think it's just Pen King that I cannot get it somehow. It's weird. Technology points. Finding dragons. Just not the one that I caught was a dragon. The Broncherry Aqua. And then I caught a bunch of Relaxauruses. I was thinking of bringing like 5 of them out, but it's it's too much of a meme. Oh, you're dragon type. I mean, you are dragon type. Why am I surprised that you are dragon type? Pacifist? The Syndicate Cleaner is a pacifist? I don't believe that shit. They look adorably derpy? Yes. They are perfect. Just put a Syndicate in your base. They don't do shit that terrible. I did sell a bunch of, well, syndicates. I don't remember where I sold them. Was it here? I forgot to make a mark. There was like a black market somewhere. But yeah, I sold them for money. For shiny. Because it's very important. Shiny good. Yeah, I think it's a good time to call it a day. Anything I can cook? Man, let me... Did I not catch that? Where's the Broncherry Aqua? What? Where's the Broncherry Aqua? I caught it. I'm pretty sure I caught it. Right? I call it? Why is it not here? It. But. But I call it. Where the fuck? Where did it go? What? I call it though. Can hear shit with this rain. Well, it didn't rain for a week here. It's so hot. It's so hot. I don't know why the bronze cherry aqua is not here. For whatever reason, it's just gone. I call it though. I am 200% sure that I call it. Fine. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can even catch another one off stream. I just need more Gigaspheres. I need a lot more Gigaspheres. But it's okay. I think today is a really good... I made a really good progress today. It was really good. Game is second fun. I played for 7 hours straight, non-stop. Game is too good. Anyway, let me try to find a... open up some music and also find a raid target. Also more Neko Atsume, I like it. I love how I just get into this one and then all I see is just butthole. Oh, there, the butthole is gone. I came into a butthole. I think I can like... Yeah, there... Yeah, I came into this, a butthole. I love Neko Atsume, it's great. Been playing it myself too, it's pretty good. Thanks for stream, thanks for being here, Nexus. Appreciate. Stage no cat? Yeah, I'm surprised too. There's like 0 cat there. Who to raid? Still with a Grand Blue? Grand Blue what? Isn't Grand Blue another version of Grand Blue? I heard a lot of Grand Blue, or was it something else? Wasn't it like a free version of Grand Blue, or was it something else? One anime fighter. I don't remember what it is. Relink? Oh my god, why is the ad break now? Oh, fuck you, Twitch! You didn't tell me to snooze it. You didn't inform me about the ad, you asshole. It's okay, I'm still deciding whether who to raid. Nita? Nita? Does he? Does he? Nita? Does he? Does he? Oh, Nita is playing Palworld as well. Oh, there's also Hibley, but Hibley is playing like a echo visual, horror visual novel. I kind of want to rate Nita because Nita is playing Palworld as well. Yeah, let's rate Nita. Why not? Oh, Nita is playing with controller. Wow. Okay, I'll wait for the ad break, but at the same time, when the ad sorry, when the ad is going on, I'll do some plug. Hey Bernie, tell them.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I have a coffee. That's about it. Okay, you know, any donation towards coffee, it's towards me, true coffee is always appreciated, right? But then again, with you guys being here with me is already more than enough. Just know this, all right? Only use coffee when you feel comfortable with it, all right? And then also I have my Discord server. I mean, my Discord server is pretty much where I announce my streams. I spam a bunch of dragon pictures. Well, not only me, but there's also like a few other of my friends who also like spam dragon pictures. So, yeah, it's what a Kobold would do. just see dragon pictures and then just like send them so that I can look at the dragon pictures and simp. Oh yeah, there's the raid message. Let me copy that down real quick. I'm gonna copy this. Thank you, Nexus. There's also my soul heals. Oh. That boop is wrong. It's booping somewhere else. Wait, let me change it. Why is it booping from there? This one is good, I think. This one is okay. Nice. Need the proper boop. So yeah. I should probably remove Twitter from there. Because I basically just use Twitter to retweet dragon stuff and also share dragon stuff to my Discord. But I don't really post there anymore. Like almost zero. I've been sorry. I've been posting on Blue Sky, so yeah. But also know that my Blue Sky is very spicy. And of course my YouTube channel. I need to slowly get back into uploading videos. So yeah, it's all good. I'll slowly adjust back to this. It has been almost a month since I last did this, so I need to slowly adjust myself and getting back to the groove of doing this, right? So yeah, but then again, tomorrow is like Tuesday, Wednesday, so as always I will not be streaming during those days because, well, work, I need money. So yeah, I'll be back on Thursday. Monday art will be back. Right, next Monday will definitely be art. All right, I need to do more art. I need to finish the things. So yeah, I would like it if Blue Sky made it easier to give information to people that don't have an account. Oh, so if you don't have an account, you cannot look at the things? That's weird. Not enough video. It's literally all my VODs there. out of view. The 150k redeem thing. Yeah, I need to slowly go back into it. The posts are still public allegedly, but just hard to access. Oh, that's kinda sad. Hopefully they change it. I also hope that they allow us to post clips, videos, other than just GIFs or GIF. I don't know, GIF. I call them GIF. Yeah, so far there's only like a GIF is the supported format, and also one other thing that I don't remember. They're working on things though, even if they got some backlash. Good. That's the most important thing. If they're working on things, then it's good enough. On the internet, backlash is very expected because, you know, internet. So yeah, let me type in the rate to Nita real quick. I need to get some rest as well. Hopefully tomorrow I will not be coughing that much. Alright. I'm ready to rate Nita. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? And here comes right to Nita. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you. I'll try my best. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thank you, thank you. I'm a happy bold. I'm a very happy bold. I'm also very glad to be back too. Very glad. There, once again. Well, of course, if you want to use your own emote, but feel free to. It's totally fine. I feel that next time I want to rate Daze. It has been a while. It's hard to choose. So many beings I can raid. Oh, but of course, in case people get left out, this is where we raided. Oh shit, I forgot. It's not like that. This is where we raided out all the beans. We need legs emote? You mean legs, Lovely, or my leg? So yeah, we raided there. And of course, be safe, take care everyone. I love y'all. Smooches. Bye bye. See you guys on Thursday.